Hey everyone, Eyal here. I wish I could stream this beautiful music that I'm listening to. I'm listening to this beautiful album that was just recommended to me. It's by one of my favorite artists ever, Brad Mehldau. But the name of the album is Highway Rider, and it's an album that I didn't know so well. And my friend Arthur, we met at Brad Mehldau's show. He had a trio show here in town. And he just recommended me that album. It's so fucking beautiful. And I really wish that I could just stream it. But if I stream it, it'll get taken down. So I cannot let you have it. I'm really sorry. I want to say hello to Christian. Am I saying the name correctly? Christian from YouTube. Thank you so much for joining this little stream. Where I am is almost 6 a.m. I hope it's a more normal hour where you are. Yeah, so this is going to be another one of my live coding sessions. Making a rhythm game. I've done a couple of things off stream, which will hopefully be useful. And I'm really hoping that today's session, we can actually, put some cool things on screen and get some flow of something. I've so far in the previous streams, I've done a few like audio engine and sequencing engine basics, and we'll probably revisit them because I've done a lot of them in a very, let's call it naive way. That's not very optimized, but it should play some things and do some things cool. I think now I'm testing with like a Bach piece that we're going to use as like the basics to a level, but we're going to find our way around creating this. Yeah, so here we are. Let's see if everything works. As usual, I'm streaming this on a couple of networks. It's on YouTube, it's on LinkedIn, it's on Instagram, Facebook, Twitch. Feel free to comment. I would hopefully the system will be good enough to show me comments from different places. It's almost 3 p.m. here in Denmark. All right. Yeah, it's the middle of the day, so it's not so bad. See, you're living the good life. You spend your time in the middle of the day watching a stream. Hopefully the stream will be valuable. Definitely feel free to ask me questions about why I'm doing stuff. What's the reasoning behind all this? But the idea is to make a little bit of a music game that is based on rhythm. So there's going to be sequences playing, and you would have to do things in time. I wanted to take a different approach to this, so that I'm not building this with a game engine. I'm building my own game engine. Now using JUCE because I want to have a really flexible sequencer in there, kind of like the stuff I do in the Modalix plugins. And I wanted to have gameplay that can do the cool things that I'm imagining a rhythm game could do. For example, I'm really hoping I could do stuff like, so that, for example, mid-game through, you can switch between parts, let's say you want to play the bass part and switch to the guitar part. You should be able to do that midway through. I really want to make sure that levels are based on interesting music. So, for example, if levels should be like polyphonic music, like Bach fugues or something, so that you can choose, to play the bass note or the melody note or some sort of counterpoint. And hopefully we can make it interesting and fun. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm just exploring this, really. Yeah. All right. So let's get to work and see where we are. Let's get Brett Mehldau to the side here, just because I need a break from them just to listen to what I got. I'm just going to run the current version of the game. Oh, that's fun. It plays music, but it plays through the internal Mac speakers. Let's not do that. Let's play through here. So on. Hopefully you can hear this. It's going to be super loud. make it softer. So this is the Bach invention number 1 that I'm going to be using for testing. I might switch to a different piece at some point, but I just love this piece and it's pretty intense, so it's good to test my stuff with. Okay, so a few things I already noticed. First of all, I think when I made this very basic display, there's going to be a lot of work on the display side here to make sense of everything. I want to say hi to Shu from the YouTube stream. Thank you so much for joining. So you were just gonna tell us something about the piece, about the Bach piece. I love this piece. It's I don't know how to explain it. Like, this is one of the pieces that opened up a lot of let's call it interest in me in music. This piece was presented to me first by my first composition teacher. Her name was Ganit Eliakim. She was still is an amazing modern classical composer. And I still remember she came in to the first lesson that we had, and she said something on the line, look, here's this piece. She played the piece, and then she's like, hey, this isn't just, this isn't just like a bunch of lines. There's a motive that's being developed, and she started to analyze this for me. Like, hey, look, the motive starts from the right hand, it goes to the left hand, and she explained, the little aspects about the counterpoint and the melody, and I knew very little at that point, but I was just amazed by how deep music can get. And this was something that I will forever be thankful for her for showing me, because it's beyond, it's beyond the beauty of the piece. It's the detail that goes into the development of the piece. I love that. I think it's amazing. Okay. So great that you love Bach. I love Bach. Bach is awesome. I wish I could just play Bach music on the stream without getting taken down. That would have been, other than this MIDI file. If I'll play like something, like a performance of something, might take me down, which would not be fun. If somebody knows about some like a non-royalty free classical music, I would be very happy to just play it. So whatever I'm playing now is unfortunately for my ears only. Okay, so what I want to do first of all, just to give some context, I want to bring back on screen, I had a little UI earlier that showed the parameters, or maybe I still have it in another window or something. Is it behind here or something, or did it switch to the other thing? No, right? Okay. I need to, I should see I had a little window with all kinds of like adjustable parameters, mostly for the sound, but they'll pretty soon will be for other things. So I need to see it. So let's go to the editor. Yeah, okay, so I'm just showing the sequence display on the editor. Let's do something better. Let's also show the JUCE generic audio processor editor. Generic editor. I need to take the plugin. And when I'm resizing, instead of doing like this, let's do something like generic editor, set bounce, relative. let's put it at the top of something. So 0, 0, full width and half height. And this would be the same thing, just with starting from y of 0.5. So half the screen for this, half the screen for this. And also need to add and make visible for the generic editor. So this will give me some general purpose controls. Here you go. So I have volume. I can choose the waveform. I have a little filter here. Resonance for the filter. It might come in handy pretty soon. Okay, next up. Now, let me drop the volume a little bit from what I'm listening to. Hopefully audio on your side for whoever watching this is okay. And also let's move myself mostly out of the way so that I'll be here and we can start seeing more about what I'm doing. Great. Okay, so I got the generic editor to show. Let's commit this because it's so boring. Edit. Generic editor to the display of the plugin. I don't know. So we can write this as a plugin, even though it's probably going to be. It might only be a plugin for the sake of testing. I probably will get away from making it very plugin-y very soon, but it is going to be very helpful to condense the work here. So, okay, now what I'm doing is, you notice there's a thing here, there's like a little transport there that was moving. That thing was happening in here. Like it's basically, there's a little component that just paints a white bar, and then I'm resizing it. This is okay, but first of all, you would see that it's not so smooth. I want to make it smoother. Like it's a little bumpy. This basically shows where we are in the sequence. So let's, and this I actually need to fix this mechanism because it's a mechanism we're going to use a lot. So the annoying thing is that what JUCE does, I'm going to need to copy some code from other code that I have here. But really what happens is when I'm using the set bounce relative, this is actually not the best thing that JUCE has because it looks like it sets the bounce with floating point, but it actually is quantizing them to integer bounds. And then if we try to move things, smoothly, you'll see all these like quantization jumps, which is not great. So what I am going to do, I'm gonna grab a bit of code that I have here. Let's see where that is. Scale. Yeah, there's a bit of math here that I'm going to need to copy paste. It's might be too boring to just write myself. So let's go to my common model. It should pretty soon become like this should be like a GUI one as well. So yeah, let's do that one just because I know I'm going to need so much in there. So EA GUI. common. So make a JUCE module called EA GUI common. Let's look at the little header here. It's going to be EA GUI common. It's going to depend on EA common and on JUCE GUI basics. It lists, so that will be built here, and then as usual, I'm going to start with the common H, and this is going to have something like did I already do some stuff like that here on the common module? No. Okay, so that would be a good time to do that. So include EA common, and also include JUCE GUI basics. And that namespace should already import some stuff into it that I'm always using. So stuff like JUCE component would be 1. Using JUCE graphics would be 2. Using JUCE image would be 3. Maybe that's something. Now I'm just trying to remember. Did I do this somewhere? I'm sure I wrote this somewhere. Yeah, because I did do some of it. So where did I get this from? Oh, here it is. Okay, so these are all things that I need to import into the GUI. So component I did, graphics, path is useful. Point is going to be useful, rectangle is going to be useful, colors is going to be useful. So I'll need those. Those are like basic definition stuff. And then let's start with something called layout. And I'm going to call this something called scaling. This would be scaling. And scaling would have, oh, hey dude, I missed your birthday. So wired to join your live coding event to wish you a happy birthday or happy belated birthday. Oh, thank you so much, Amir. I love you so much. This is such an awesome person. Amir has been the person very much in charge of how I got to work at Waves, and he was the director of all the products there for many years. He's responsible for pretty much all the Waves products that you know, and he was very instrumental in me going to Waves and eventually getting into programming, and really an amazing person, amazing musician, amazing product manager. Now does a lot of different things, which is kind of unbelievable. So Amir, I'm super happy that you're joining us and watching the streams, and hopefully it's going to be fun. Thank you so much. So there's a question here. Do you prefer CPM over VC package for dependency management? Yeah, I've had very little experience with VC package. For those who don't know, there's a big thing in the C++ world about package management. The reason is C++, first of all, there's different build systems. People build their code differently. But then you need a way to get dependencies, like libraries that you're using. You need some way to retrieve those. And some languages that are not C++, have some built-in tools for that, or some at least standard tools for that. Like in the JavaScript world, people either use npm or they're using the other one. I forget what the name of the other common JavaScript one is. Yarn, I think it's called. In Python, people use pip. In Rust, people are using cargo. So there's some standard tool to get that. In C++, there's not really one standard tool. So there's a little bit of discussion online about which one you should use. And the VC package, I think, from what I remember, and I haven't used it in a little while, so take my advice with a grain of salt. I remember VC package being good, but also I remember that it kind of defaulted to the situation where, first of all, you had to install it. So that was something that I didn't like. CPM is something you don't need to install. It's basically just a little CMake script that sits in your repo. So there's no installation. It just runs if you have CMake, and if you build the code, you already have CPM. And VC package, from what I remember in the past, it was mostly for like binary resources, like binary packages. And it wasn't as great if you wanted to do, like your own source repos, which is a lot of what we do here. Like a lot of my libraries are stuff that I'm building from source, and they're my sources, like my libraries from another repo. So I think that that wasn't that convenient back then with VC package, but maybe it is right now. So I'm not gonna be saying here that my recommendation is so great. I do like the fact that there's, when you use CPM is just a wrapper around things that CMake already have, like fetch content and find package. So it's really something that, like I've worked with a lot of people and I've given them code that uses CPM, and they didn't know anything about CPM. Everything worked for them. So that was a big advantage for the way we set this up. Like you just run CMake, you might be opening the project in Visual Studio, and everything works. It fetches dependencies, it resolves the multiple dependencies between the project, kind of does everything without you knowing so much about the structure. And I think this is many times important. And VC package, you kind of had to know that you had to run VC package, at least in the past. You had to type something, it was kind of different installation. So maybe, I don't know, maybe now all these problems have found streamlined solutions. But back then when I was looking at it, the last couple of years, I didn't feel like the VC package solution is actually streamlined. So that was the question here from Christian about CPM over VC package for dependency management. Not saying I do not recommend VC package at all. Like I'm just saying that I haven't used it until now for this. Okay. Right. What else did I want to do? Scaling. So really, like I said, I'm going to copy some code here because there's some gnarly, annoying details here that I don't want to just do all the time. But the idea is that it's all based on this thing called getRecTransform, which gives you this is something. Oh, should I also import the find transform here using JUCE find transform? That'll be useful. Yeah, so it just kind of gives me a translation transform. And what we're going to see pretty soon is what I'm going to do is instead of, so I want to scale that rectangle or whatever rectangle I have very smoothly. So I'm going to use that as the base thing. And then have like a template version of that, less important, and then here it is. Compref, right? Compref is something I have in my other code base. We can just do a component reference here for now. Placement I don't need for now. I can remove that feature. We can remove all that stuff. From Christian, thank you for your answer. I'm coming from one development background, and I think the C++ package management a lot more difficult. That is true. I mean, I would say there's a more inherent problem here. That's not even package management. The way C++ builds is weird and non-standard. Non-standard is really the problem here. Basically, a lot of projects have done different things. Like if you want, like I'm now using CMake, for example, and CMake is not used in every project, but even the projects that do use CMake make different decisions about how code should be built. And that makes the environment of C++ pretty complicated in the sense that, like, you want to bring in a library, you just want to have it in your project. It's not so trivial to just blend it in, because is that package built from source? Is that binary code? If it's built from source, can it build with your compiler settings, or does it need different compiler settings? It's not so easy to do, like to just say, okay, I'm just going to take a library, put it in my compiler for my app, and build them together. Not all apps like that. Not all libraries like that. There's a lot of inconsistencies. JUCE, where I'm in right now, they made very specific choices. It would be actually good to analyze the choices that they made, because they have pros and cons. And this is a very like a big source of discussion in the JUCE community about how JUCE should have been built. How people want to have it built in their future project, and the package management is something on top of that, because you need a way to get the package. Maybe that's just a download, but then you need a way to connect with it. And a solution that some people go for is that they just build everything from source. Like they just get source libraries, like just the code, and then they build it. But then because they build that other people's code in their system, they have to match. They have to break it down and match. And a lot of these package manager tools, some of them are just giving you pre-built binaries so that you don't have to have that complexity. But it doesn't always work, and you have to find out if that actually works. For example, if you're on Mac, you can just bring in static libraries that are built for a different version of macOS deployment. Like if I'm deploying with macOS 10.15 as a minimum, I'm not going to be able to just link against something that requires macOS 11 as a minimum, because some calls might not be able to resolve, and it's going to be weird on the user's machine. Same with all kinds of iOS devices. So there's a lot of details about this. I think when we try to solve it in the context of a specific problem, it's easier to reduce the number of variables and say, well, we know that we don't want to build every possible library. We just need, these 3 libraries. We know their limitations and how they work, and we can make a graph. And then we can decide on what's the best way to fetch them and what's the best way to install them. Sometimes the simplest way is to literally just copy paste things into your repository. Sometimes that is a really bad idea. Some people like Git submodules for that reason. All right. Anyway, so what I was going to do So let me just see this little code that I have here. Let's just be this, right? Because I think to float. There's some other things that in my code for templating and other types, but probably most of them don't matter. Let's see how. Okay. We're gonna float. Blah 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 blah. Why am I in 4 spaces? Oh, maybe because I'm not linking with this, so it doesn't see. So let's add it to the linkage. Let's add this module. Game sequencer. Let's give it EA GUI common. And we have this one and this one. GUI common. So ideally, both of them are not. They don't depend on each other, separate modules. Okay, let's see what else. Doing some semantics here from pointer to reference. For now, I just need to expose the scale function, I think. All of these other ones can just be local implementation detail only. Let's see if this does what it should be. Like the idea is that, oh, bound source, bound ratio. Why do I need the source? I might not need the source. I might be able to just to scale. Oh yeah, good. So I don't even need this. This one can also be internal. The one I need is this component comp. Placement is something I'm not going to worry about. Might be added later. Yes, eventually this is what I want to do. I just want to call scale. This is now static again. So I've made all these like private implementation stuff of how I'm scaling. Let's see if my logic there is kind of correct. And we can go through it. So let's go back to my sequence display. Not this one. I guess this one will be okay. This now needs to include EA GUI common because all definitions are there. Good. And then instead of using set bounds relative, I'm going to do scaling scale and give it pH and then just this rectangle. X. And hopefully this would make the rectangle itself look more smooth. because now what it's doing, and we're going to go through this in a second, this is applying a transform so that whenever we're scaling the component, we're going to apply a transform to it so that it's not going to just put in integer bounds that would kind of bounce. It's going to put in, it's going to kind of transform into the subpixel element. That's really what I was trying to do here. Okay. Much better. Look how smooth this is. Hope you can see this, but this looks really nice and smooth. Okay, much better. So now I have a nice way, and I'm going to be using this actually extremely often to scale subcomponents. In this case, just going to be the little playhead, but scale them and view them in a nice subpixel way and have like floating point animations and stuff like that. So this is what I'm doing. So added transformed scaling of components. Yeah, that's what I did. Very good. Okay, now next up, let's see what I want to do next. I can't show you my upstream, but there's a comment here on Instagram from Malian, one of my favorite drummers ever, Mike Malian. He says, hey, Al, happy belated birthday. Thank you so much, Mike. So happy that you noticed. Mike is an incredible drummer, makes incredible music. He made some of the greatest videos for our Modalix products. You definitely should check that out, but he's also a fantastic drummer for the band Monuments, and his other projects is pretty amazing. Okay. Okay. Next up, what I want to do is I want to start. There's a lot of infrastructure that I know that is missing here, but I want to start by visualizing the sequence. I want to put it on screen. I just put a little playhead thing, but I want to put the full sequence, and I want to start moving it so there's some feeling of animation or space. So we can just start with a top-down approach. That might be a useful way to do this. So currently, the thing called a sequence, and there's actually a lot of interesting design decisions to think about here. But the idea is that each sequence now is a vector of what I call a timed note. It's a vector of events. Each timed note currently is very simple. It's got the time range, start and length of each thing that it does, and it's got things about the note. It's actually very likely that this is going to have more information. Like, for example, if you think of a DDR level, this might be the note number there, but it also might have like the arrow. Is it left, right, up, down, or something like a controller information? Circle, X, something. It might be added to this very quickly. We are going to start with just notes, just plain old notes, as if it's just a MIDI. But I think very quickly, we're going to think about the option to add game information to this. So it's a level and not just a sequence. The sequencer. Currently, the way it works is that this gets populated from the MIDI file, which I gave it, but very soon, more interesting things would happen in the game. So we need a way to visualize this. Let's think of how it is that we do that. And also, it's important to say they have multiple sequences here, right? I think I have one for the left hand, one for the right hand. They're both separate sequences. I want to show both of them at the same time, even. So let's start writing one. So let's decide that So one way to do this is I can just, let's start by doing a static stroke of the whole sequence. It's going to be fun. Static one would just mean that I'm going to need something like, let's say I have this sequence this way. I need something else here, which is the time. I think currently I'm not storing the time in each sequence because the time is in like the meta sequence, but I probably need to store it there. So let's do something here like double sequence time. And for now I'm just roughly when I finish parsing it, I'm going to do maybe I should just initialize it with the time as well. So let's call it just time, sequence time, and time format, and let's do double time JUCE. Time to use, and I can initialize time with time to use. Then when I'm creating a new sequence here, I can initialize it with the sequence time that I already know. Also, I think I'm doing something stupid. This should actually be here when I already have the stream, because otherwise there's no point to reading the tracks. So everything here should be under this. So a lot of people are saying, oh, it's Lior saying multi-platform stream one up. What does that mean? What do you mean by multi-platform stream 2 WP? What does that mean? I'm not sure I fully understand. Maybe you can help me. But yes, this thing is multi-platform. It would work on currently, the default JUCE targets is Mac, Windows, Linux, iOS, and Android. I need to check. And see what does it mean to compile this stuff on a PlayStation or on a Nintendo. But hopefully it will be okay, because those are Linux, kind of Linux-y machines. So I need to learn more about what it means later to compile over there. It might be a fun project when I do that. Oh, I was trying to test which stream chat is faster. Okay, so which one is faster? Can you let me know? What is the best one? Okay. So what I did was, now when I'm parsing each sequence, and I do need to clarify my definitions here. When I'm parsing each sequence, I need to know. There's so many things here that need to be re-architected, really. Twitch seems to be way faster. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, so go to my Twitch if you want to follow me. I'm Eyal Amir Music on Twitch. So what I want to do is I want to find a way to have a visual representation of this little sequence. Right now I did this left to right, so I'll write it left to right just for now. Display. Okay. So I have the sequence, I have the time, and this should hopefully be, let's do Paint. I'm just going to draw it all in Paint just for now. And here's what I'm going to, so the simplest way to do this would be, I'm going to go over O2 note sec notes, right? So each sequence is a bunch of notes. And then let's get a rectangle that represents that note. So, so it's going to be something like, let's do something like O2x equals note time. So let's first grab the time. O2 time equals note time. X is going to be time start. And this is now in, yeah, this is in coordinates. So we need to divide this first by this sequence. Basically, this is length. Maybe time is not the best idea. Let's call it length. But anyway, this is what it should be. And then the width is length divided by this. Let's call it W. The Y is basically the pitch of the note if I'm going left to right on like a sequencer. So the Y is going to be something like note note number. I need to fix this note. Let's fix it. So let's have an operator arrow that returns a note pointer, and this is going to return note. I probably would need another one for const. Why does C++ require a duplicate one? I don't know, but now I can do note num. And let's say that would be something like float note num divided by float 127, just 127.f. So the question is, why did you add this operator? So I did it because it's just for convenience, really. I did this because, let's look at the struct. This is a great thing to look at. When I looked at the struct, timed note, right? It has two things in it, the note and the time. That's really what the struct is for. It's meant to connect two elements. One is just like a range, keeps track of time. The other is like note information. And I didn't have to have this, right? I could just, let's imagine this never happened. But then if I wanted to access the note from the note, it will always be something like note.note dot note num, right? It's just, it's kind of verbal. It's fine. You can still do this access. It works. But because my design thinking is that, you know, if you have this timed note object, one of the interface things it can do for you is to say, well, I know sometimes you need the time, but most of the time you're going to need the note. So I made this little shortcut so that you can access that thing directly, right? So, and it's actually something that a lot of like C++ containers and stuff do, because there's no point of showing you this internal variable, because like, for example, if you're using, that's a good example. Like if you write something like a std unique pointer in C++, a unique pointer, let's do something fun. I'm going to open a new project, and you know, in C++, if you include memory, and you want, let's if you use something like this, you use something like std unique pointer of int x or something. If you do x this, this gives you access to the actual int if an int has been there. Like if we do something like o2 x equals std make unique of int 12, and then I want to return but no. I want to get something like x is going to give me the actual thing. Like I don't need to do x dot get dot something to get the x, right? It's kind of a convenience to get it directly. Like so if you think of how unique pointer is going to be implemented to give this to you, we can do something like struct unique pointer, and it would be something like int pointer, and then operator arrow would give me the return pointer. And then if I had something in that uses this, like let's not put an int here, let's put something like something that has a function, like let's put like a std string. It's gonna be better, std string. And that means that I can do something like o2 ptr equals unique pointer, and then I can do ptr and then get stuff on the string immediately. Clear, begin, copy, empty, like all the useful stuff that I really want from the string, instead of doing something like ptr dot pointer arrow and then get this. So it's a really much when you have things that have an interface to them, I think it's really useful to use the arrow operator or the star operator to just create like a normal interface around whatever it is that makes sense. So it just saves words. It's and I think it's still clear enough, because if you have a unique a real unique pointer, not my crappy unique pointer, but you have something like std make unique of std string, right? Really what you wanted is to do ptr, I don't know, clear or something, ptr, append, blah, 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 right? That's really what you wanted to do with this thing. You wanted to touch the string that's in there, and you wanted to, interact with it, and you don't care so much that it's actually ptr dot data or something, data, like you don't care about all this crap, right? That you have to go through the members. So I like that. Yeah, just a way to design an interface, make it more ergonomic, especially for this use case. So I'm glad that was that made sense. These are actually the really cool things I think that C++ lets you do when you're, starting to design client code. Yeah, but it simplifies when you want to just go to the stuff. Exactly. And by the way, I think that this is, and you'll see that in how I work in general. I mean, now sometimes I will, because I have a stream of consciousness way of working. Sometimes I'll just type something and do the simplest thing I can think about. But then when it needs to go into a system, I want to make sure the code is very, very ergonomic to use. I want to make sure that, like, you don't have to, start to have difficult access for things that you just want available. I want to make sure that the call syntax is kind of concise, so that you don't need like a million functions and a million setup levels to get to what you want. So it is something I think about a lot. Like, I'm trying to conceptualize both sides, the implementation side that needs to solve Gore details like we just did with the scaling, but also I want to have like some like this. So scaling, scale, component, size. Like, instead of the internal details that this has with transforms and like subpixel stuff and everything we just did internally, that has a lot of like, grab the transform from this component into this component, blah, blah, blah. These are all stuff that I don't want to solve here when I'm just, aligning things together on screen. So I like that. Things try to do this for you. Yeah. Things big picture, make it with the ability to scale. Yes. Yes, and not just even scale. Be ergonomic. Be so that I will finish working on this thing, and I will feel productive. That's really like something that I'm constantly conceptualizing. Like I want to be productive in my code base, and this is the gift that I'm giving myself 10 minutes from now. Really, make sure that I can read this, that I can reason about this, and I don't need to think about like all these complicated structs. Okay, so the note is note number divided by 127. I think it's true, right? Should do 127. Yeah, so this would be the y. Even though that might mean if my y is 127, it's going to be out of bounds. So I might need 128 here. Right, because it's possible the note will be 127. And then the height could be something like 1/127 or 128, I guess. Yeah, I think that's correct. Maybe. So these are just like a way to get the rectangle, and now I just need a rectangle, and I think I should already have it in the scaling functions. Yeah. What do you mean to say not just scalable but ergonomic? So ergonomic to me is when you go and use that piece of code, like you call a function or spawn a type or something, you can access the things that you need or call the things you need without like a ton of preparation and boilerplate and things around that. Like for example, if I had to do, I see that sometimes when I don't have an example right now, but when you want to call a function and you start to pass a million arguments for that function, that to me is not super ergonomic because that function call becomes super long. Some of the dependencies, you have to find where to get them. And maybe it does lead to some extensibility, like you can read the function and it's got these inputs. But also sometimes you're like, okay, maybe I can make a helper function with less arguments that would help the use case. Just like here I have scale. Scale actually simplifies this thing and set transform bounds with this. It simplifies a bunch of things that I was trying to, I like to, help the person calling it from here with this little helper. So I feel like this is a big ergonomics thing. Like there's, for example, things in the C++ standard library that are not ergonomic. Like if you want to do erase something from a vector in C++, you have to do it in 2 stages. You first have to pass it the function on how you want to remove, then you have to erase. And it drives me crazy. Like, why can't I just do vector.erase by the function, right? That's to me the more ergonomic thing you want to do. So that's how I feel like it's, a good programmer can handle non-ergonomic code as well, but I like that, at least in my code, what I have control of, I will make things, in such a way where the usage will be as you expect and not like 3 different setup stages and then the thing. I guess it makes sense. I don't know. Okay, so this, I do this, and now I'm going to take a function that I already made here, which is called scale rect. This one is going to be useful. I'm going to bring it into my header because so I should be able to do, so that is that this gives me a rectangle. My constant scale rect. Yeah, I should be able to just make it work with float, right? Maybe I can remove all this templated stuff for now. So let's just remove the template. Let's make this a float function. float, float, float. And I'm going to need the scale rect function because I'm just going to use it right here when I'm in my little sequencer display. Because what I need is, I need a scaled rect equals scaling scale rect from get bounds dot to float. These are the bounds of this particular component. This is bounds equals this, and bounds to x, y, w, h. Oh, this might be double, so I can do a float here. Okay, so this would be the rectangle, and then let's draw it. So this is something like G. Let's do fill rect, scaled rect. Let's give it a color or something. Set color. Colors the blue. Fill it, and then let's also do a set color white, and then draw rect. So I'll have some frame. Draw rect. And let's start with that. Let's see if I got something correct here. It's not showing that. Let's see why. I probably screwed up something on the dimensions here. Okay. I think it makes sense, right? WH. This looks pretty small, but it should still show something, right? Fill rect, draw rect, that's okay. Does look like those should be on screen. Oh, this is get local bounds. That might be the problem. Here you go. Here's my beautiful sequence. Let's make my thing resizable. No, it's not resizable. Let's do set resizable. True. Forgot if this needs to be. This might need to be here. Forgot the order of things here. Okay. So this is the sequence. This is just one hand. Okay, great. So first of all, this is a good start. Let's commit this so that I know that I've done some stuff here. So let's just like added basic option to show an initial sequence. But there are a number of problems here, which we would address very shortly. One is, so I want to see if we can show this in a better zoom, better resolution. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, so let's talk about the scaling of this a little bit. What I did now is I literally just I just painted this whole sequence as like flat. But what I want to do is, first of all, I want to let's start by horizontally moving it along with the music, so that I'll only see like a chunk of the music, and then I'm gonna slowly move into the music, like from left to right, like a sequencer, for example. So let's start by wrapping this little thing. Yeah, so I'm gonna so now I've actually combined the playhead here. Let's remove the playhead for a second. I probably don't need it for now. Let's remove this update function. So I have a sequence display. It shows a sequence. It doesn't have any children now. It's just doing this little paint function. But what it should also do is I can wrap this with a viewport so that it's gonna move. So here's the way to do this. I'm going to go here and create something like struct sequence scrolling sequence which is inherits from a component, just like this one. It's going to take the sequence and here I need this thing called a JUCE viewport. Let's add this to my little declaration part. It's going to be useful. So using JUCE viewport. The viewport, how do you set viewed component? And there's two ways. Does it own it or does it not own it, right? I would rather it doesn't own it, so let's have the sequence here. So I want to give it the display by pointer. Delete when longer needed, false. I'll delete it myself. Thank you so much. See if I remember that exactly the way this is used. This viewport needs something like is a oh, but the display needs the sequencer. That's what it needs. Okay. And now, did I put a timer here? Or did I put the timer thing? Yeah, so I can do an events timer here. And this is going to be 60 hertz, and then update. Is it correct? Oh, the other way around. So I can just make it like this. Timer for update. And what this is going to do is set the view position. Depends on where we are. So we know from here the sec pause, let's call it start or load. So is this storing the end, by the way, or the beginning? So this is our position, and this is now we need to see relatively how it is. So that relatively it would be position.load/sec.time. That will tell us in basically a percentage, 0.3 whatever we are in the song, and we can now say that the position would be something like the width. I'm just thinking about the zoom aspect here in a second, because there's an element of zoom needs to be, because basically what happens is this display should now be bigger. It should be much bigger by some amount. I'm not sure exactly what. So we can calculate what we want to put on screen. For example, we can decide that this is going to be fun. So we can decide that one bar is put on screen, for example. So one bar. So whenever I'm getting resized, that's the correct way to do this, then so sequence.time has the amount of bars in it. Let's say that I'm currently just assuming the bar is 4/4, but we'll see about that. So I want something like Odoo num bars equals sequence.time divided by 4, because time is in quarter notes, so it's divided by 4. This should give me the number of bars, right? But I might also round it up, right? Because I think that if I have like like a bar and a half, I probably want 2 bars, and that should be the full sequence time. So if I have this, right? Let's make it an int. Oh, but I can just do stood still. Right, ceiling would just push it to the next number up. Is this returning an int? No, right? So I need to do this to ceiling of that, and then integer on this, and this should probably be okay. Yeah, just round it up. Okay. Yeah. So the idea is that hopefully this is kind of correct. I don't know if it is. We'll find it in a second. But the idea is that these are the number of bars we can get. I'm again kind of assuming 4 here. That will bite us in the ass later, but it should be okay for this little prototype. Now that we know that, we can say that the display needs to be resized, set bounds to, so it should be 0, 0, and the width is basically the get width times by numbers, because it's going to be inflated so that I should only see 1 bar, but the actual component is going to be drawn in a much larger area. So this and height should just be the height for now, because I haven't done any vertical zoom, and we're going to get over that pretty soon. So that should be something like that. So now it's really large, and then the viewport is going to scroll us to the and the viewport itself should actually just be set bounds to get local bounds. So it should scale to whatever we're doing. Now, pause equal good. So, and the view position is in X and Y. So the Y, let's say, is always 0. I'm not doing any vertical for now, but the X is the X would be yeah, so auto X would be yeah, so it's just going to be just pause times because pause now is 0 to 1, right? 0 to 1, so just multiply this by the float of the viewport dot get bounds dot get width. I think so. So, and then this should be something like what is the stake? XY. So it's going to be int x plus 0. I think this is the general idea, and I think now I need to add and make visible viewport as well. Let's see if I got this correct. Let's see. So now in my editor, I'm just going to put a scrolling sequence instead of this one. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's not moving yet. Let's see why. It is showing me just 1 bar, but maybe it's the wrong function here. So maybe instead of set view position, maybe that's not the one. Set view position. The pixel at the position. No, so maybe this one is correct. So maybe I just screwed up the numbers here. It does play. I don't know if you could hear the music. You could hear the music, right? Or maybe I wasn't streaming it. Let's see. Yeah, you should be hearing the music. The sequence does play, and we'll see pretty soon. Hopefully in the next couple of minutes, we'll see something plays and scrolls and multiple parts. So you're gonna see something kind of cool. Let's see, what did I screw up here? So int x, and then Looks like it moves, but did I do this correctly? Viewports get bounce. Or maybe I need the internal display bounce, and not here, right? Maybe this is what I need. Let's see exactly what dimensions is it looking for. Okay, this moves, but pretty slowly, so it's not good. Moves too slow. Why is that? Position is /sequence.time. Maybe I'm storing it already in a... Oh, that's funny. I didn't need to do this. I just need to do this because I've already done this division. So this stores it in a... Here you go. Haha. Thank you so much. Okay, wait. Before I get too excited, let's put the two parts in there and let's make a cool visualizer here because this is going to be so much fun. So just to make it simple, first of all, I really want to remove these scroll bar shown. False. I don't want to see them. Those are just ugly. And I want to make two of those or multiples of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another level of this just so that I can see the left hand and the right hand, for example. So I'm going to call this scrolling sequences. And this is, instead of the sequence, going to take this thing called a sequence. I have my own. I'm going to need to have a little helper object here pretty soon, but let's start with owning vector of scrolling sequences. Scrolling sequence takes a sequencer player. Can I ask big picture stuff? What the game gonna be? You got a story in mind or just mechanics? I have no story in mind just yet. I just know a few mechanics. I know I want to do something where you can play, play the beat basically according to something like DDR. I want you to be able to shift parts at the middle of the song. Like you can switch from like the bass to the guitar or something. And there might be more interaction. I'm thinking about multiplayer stuff. Like I don't know so much. I might at some point bring in somebody who's going to help me like do the design and story. Because I'm not going to do any of that stuff in any serious way. I just like to do fun mechanics for now and fun engine and see that I can do this. So that's really the current intermediate goal. I hope it makes sense. But wait. Before this, I really want to finish my little visualizer demo so that I'll feel like I have something accomplished. So I want to make sure that we can see a few parts. So let's see if we can do this. So the idea is that now that I made one of these little visualizer thingies, I want to make multiples. So I will do O2 sequence of the player choose.sequences. Create new sequence. Just create those. And also add and make visible. This needs to be a component. Add and make visible sequences.back. See, this is another something that's not very ergonomic, but it will be once I finish writing some more library stuff. Good, finish with that. Let's resize this. For this resized function, I am going to need another helper function. Let's go back to my little EA GUI common module. This function is going to be called scale resize vertically component comp. And what it's going to do is I'm going to start to y equals 0, to width equals float comp.get children size divided by 1. Then for O2 child comp get children, I'm going to I'm going to go scale of the child. It's a child here actually, because it's a pointer, and give it the 0, y, 1 width, and then y plus equals width. I might also build the horizontal one very shortly, but we'll start with that. And then here I can do scaling, resize vertically this, so that they'll each have their own size. Now I'm going to add this to my editor. Let's see what I got. This should give me 2 scrolling things, each for the parts, different parts. Here it is. Look at this beauty. But now, just to make it look a little bit better, when I constructed this, and this would be the last thing before I'll give this like a huge commit, huge lovely commit, is that one thing is the vertical scaling here is kind of annoying for this. So I might do something better. So instead of doing something, so I'm basically assuming you might have 128 notes, but 128 notes is not what likely part is going to get. The part like range-wise might have 24 notes or 2 octaves, right? 3 octaves, but definitely don't need the entire range. So let's do something that, let's commit this first because it's a big commit. So let's do added the option to visualize and scroll multiple parts. So we got this. Now let's do let's make this a function on the sequence. That's going to be good. So a sequence should be able to give me a range, so like a JUCE range int of note range. Just give me the lowest and the highest, really. So all it should do is should go over all the notes. So const function. And then int lowest equals 0, int highest equals 127. And then if note num, here's that operator, by the way, again. If it's Oh, I think I need the other way around. I think I need 127 and 0. So if it's lower than lowest, yeah, is that true what I'm doing? If it's lower than lowest. No, because I can just do the start with the first one. Might be a better correct thing. So let's start with the first one. So first of all, if notes is empty, I'll return 0, 127. Although I'm not sure empty is actually valid here, but let's just imagine. It can also be just 0, 1 or something like that. And then, no, you know what? If it's empty, just return empty. Return an empty range. It would be a better way to look at this. Then, so lowest would be notes 0, note number, and this would also be the notes 0. So if the lowest, yeah, if it's smaller than lowest, then lowest is equals to, let's just grab this here, O2 note num equals this. Then if note num is bigger than the highest, note num, and then just when you finish, return lowest, highest, something like that. Get note range. Okay. And then when I'm drawing this, instead of, I'm going to use the range. So the range would be, this is the range. And then y would be note num minus range get start divided by, can I do to float here? Is that a thing? Get length. So float of this divided by range length, and then this is also the height, I think. Let's see if this works. Here you go. Now I get good visual representation of this melody. Okay, let's try again. Let's see what that did. I like that. So there's a question, what's the white stuff? Oh, like the white background? I just added a white white rectangle around it. I don't know if it's the best way to do this, but there's no element of velocity here yet. In the lines, like here, the background of the lines. Is this what you're asking me? Yeah, this is pretty cool, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm just I like music visualization, like Bach. So, I got the different oscillators. Still a bunch of artifacts here. This resize thing is not very smooth. Need to talk about that. By the way, it's reversed. I don't know if you notice. When the melody goes up, it goes down. I think I forgot that I need to, because of the way the XY here works, I need to actually reverse the way this is drawn. So the Y here, yeah, because if I have the lowest note, it's going to be up. That doesn't make any sense to be down. So I need to do it. So this needs to be 1 minus, but then I also need to, yeah, it needs this y equals minus y, but then also minus h, I think, plus h. Right now, when I had 0, yeah, so 0 is going to be out if I don't do the minus h, I think. I think that's why I need that. Let's see if I got this correctly. Platform where you can hop from line to line like a temple run or something. That is an awesome idea. Maybe that's what you should do. Maybe that's what we should do. This is so hard. This piece is so hard to play at this tempo. Okay, this is really cool. Okay, so let's do edit. Offset scaling for zoom over existing notes in the sequence. Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. I really kind of like this. I kind of like this. Maybe I'll take a break for a few minutes and then continue. What would be the next thing that I'll do? What I need to do first, I think, is I need to highlight what's being played. We don't do that anymore, so I want to highlight, like, I don't know, different color or something for each note that's being played. Then maybe we can put in some inputs so that at least if I play it slower than this, than some slower tempo, maybe we can even try to do like a time-based clicks on this. I don't know exactly how, but at least we can capture the rhythm. That would be easy, so that any button can capture the rhythm. We compare it, and then we give myself a score, so I can play tuck 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 and see how good I do. That would be a good start, just to get a vibe for the gaminess of it. It's also possible to run into problems with JUCE itself with keyboard input, so maybe there's going to be some interest around that. But yeah, that's not a bad start. Not a bad start. I might be yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break for a few minutes and then come back. right. How's everyone doing here? Hopefully good. So what we had before is we had this little thing. Visualize this a Bach sequence. So I just heard myself through some other window. Okay, so we had this thing that visualizes a Bach sequence. And the idea was that, there's a sequencer, it takes the event, the sequencer reports the timing, and then the visualizer kind of side scrolls the screen. That was the first thing we did. There's a few other things I wanted to do. One is that I really want to make this report. I want to make the sequence report what's being played. There are multiple ways to express this. I'm going to start. I'm going to start with something that would require me probably to change the way this works a little bit. So the sequence is a sequence. Yeah, I'm thinking that what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the way this is held so that there's to switch this from object to pointers because of to make sure that whenever I'm passing a pointer from one side, like the UI, whatever, to the processor, there is a stable pointer, so the two sides can actually report these things back to one another. So, for example, note thing. Now I'm going to do things that might not make so much sense for a musical sequencer, but they are going to make a lot of sense for the game, I believe. Here's how this is going to work. So instead of vector of timed note, now so that timed note would have something like bool, or let's do something like std atomic bool playing. This will be I guess a good way to look at this, false. And this would now not compile because a vector requires the elements of the vector to be copyable for a good reasons, or movable at least. But what I'm going to do is that I am going to change this. So I will make this for now, and that's going to have a. So I'm going to make this. Let me think. Yeah, I might need this to be a shared pointer. So I need this to be a vector of shared pointer of type note, and the same would probably need to be in here. And there are going to be some limitations in what I'm doing, but we should we'll figure those out pretty soon. So shared pointer of time note, it's okay, and then a bunch of bugs here when you're playing the notes here. You can accent by arrow. That's easy. Arrow is easy. There's a bunch of like this note stuff. This is really annoying, by the way, but we'll fix those. Yeah, now all of my little helpers did not work because I cannot pass this infinitely into the object. That's interesting. yeah, I'm going to figure this part out. But this would have to be should make shared of note. Oh, is that true? Note, not note. Oh no, this is actually fine. Note, note. This needs to be should make shared of note. That would take this as the constructor argument, right? Oh, okay. So I'm just going to make this thing here, make shared time note. Okay, and then I can just take this note and put it in. And this would need to be shared pointer because we are actually going to be moving these to a few different owners, and we're actually probably pretty soon are going to make this be something like what I call ref counted, which means that it's not going to get deleted in the audio thread. So once we kind of confirm this architecture works on a high level, I'm going to make some low level optimization so this actually works as it should. So now oh, that's interesting. Do I still need this playing notes if I do that? Maybe I need playing notes to do that. Store true. And here, yes, this will give me the information if it's playing or not from the sequencer, and then I should be able on my UI place, which still might have a few bugs in there because I've changed the semantics here from an object to a pointer. It might fail me in a few places. Yeah. Now all of my great abstractions are collapsing on me, but I will uncollapse them. And then oh, good. So now I should be able to do something like get color for a sequence time note. If note is playing, turn red. equals return colors blue. So this should give me some indication of that. So probably a static function, right? Let's go get node color. Let's see if this works. This is what we can see. That I can barely, there's a problem here with my scrolling logic because I can't see the actual parts being played. I think the problem is, yeah, I need to go a bit more to the left to see this correctly. Let's see why. So set view position. Yeah, it's just an offset, right? So why was it immediately jumping? Maybe I just need to always give it an offset, like something like so yeah, somebody's calling. I'm gonna stop the stream momentarily. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see what we're doing here. So the problem that I was running into was that, as you could see before, my view position. You can see that. If you can see here on the left, like you can see them playing notes, but they're getting off the screen too quickly. So we need to offset this a little bit because what we definitely want what we probably want to do is we probably want the position to show the middle or something like that. So instead of the position here, currently the position represents I guess the end, and we need it to represent the middle. So let's see how we're going to do this. So our I think if because here I'm already calculating let me think about this. Because let's say I want the yeah, so I might just need an offset here, because maybe I'll need something like an offset of times get width, but then maybe it should also be yeah, so let's just look at auto width equals this. And then we should need something like x minus equals width divided by 2, something like that, like half the width, so that it's in the middle. Let's see if I got this correctly. Oh, it doesn't look so good. Oh, no, not this width. It should be, this should actually be the width of the viewport, not the viewport of the full display. This looks better. It's a little bit red, kind of looks like music. I think that's pretty cool. I don't know how you feel about it. I like it. Okay, let's commit this. Fix or added the option to see playing notes. See currently playing notes on the screen, as well as fixed the scrolling viewport to make sure that the playing position is in the center of the screen. Okay, that's kind of cool. That is pretty cool. Let's see what else. There's quite a lot I need to add here, so I'm trying to think what should I be focusing on first. The thing I want to do is I want to see if I can find a way to make this like visuals a bit bigger and clearer. I'm not even oh, I know why. So when I'm jumping, that's why my resizes don't work so well, because I'm I think the problem is that I was using this update mechanism, but I should also run this update again, because otherwise whenever I'm resizing, there's a little bit of time before we're updating. Okay, this is, oh, sometimes I still have like this corruption. I'm not sure why I have this weird corruption thing. What is it? Almost looks like it shows a scroll bar. I don't know why, because I said set scroll bar shown. Low vertical scrolling. Did I miss something about this? Let's force it to update all the time, just for test. What is this? Maybe it's not that one, but maybe it's actually something that belongs to the other, to this top. Maybe it's this one, right? For this. Oh. Okay, maybe it's related to this generic editor thingy. Yeah, okay, so first of all, I should be able to... Did I make a window abstraction by now? Probably didn't. Okay, need to do that. Oh, first of all, now I can do... Let's not see the generic editor here for a second. Oops. Why am I seeing it? That's weird. Okay, right, good. Yeah, okay, so now my resize that works well. Can work with this, can work with this. Just because the right hand looks much better because I was just using blindly the used note range, and the left hand has a bigger note range because probably of these like bigger chords at the end. You see, there's these notes, big notes. So those needed the automatic resizer just left room for them. I don't know if it's the best idea, but this is the main idea that I think I was going for. So let's try go to that, and maybe I'll put the generic editor in a separate window so that I can still do the sound control. So let's start with this. And let's create a nice little GUI window, abstraction. So I can easily spawn different windows. Let's call it windows. Call this old window. So JUCE document windows needs all these. So it's something like that. Name, background color. I'm just going to give it something like this default thing. Get the look and feel, reference, look and feel. Just find that color. Just something that I don't want to have to type this over and over again. So require buttons. It's just like int get default required buttons, and this would give me something like close button. Or I can just do all buttons. So that turn. Oh, I don't even need to pass that. I just need to name. Okay. But by default, we can do something like, we have platform. Yeah, let's start with the nothing for a second. And then the other stuff is where we're going to pass in the name, the background color, the required buttons, and true is default, so I don't need that. Good. And then this needs to have a component to be placed in. So it's something like the default should probably do so that I can pass in something like a std unique pointer, or I can use myself here. Right? Can I use my own pointer of component comp? And this would do set content owned comp dot release. Something else? Resize to fit, yes. That's good. There's a thing called press button breast, which I need to always override here. Would need to think of how that works. So that's usually a problem. Like now it's not going to do nothing, but I'll need to address this in future window usage. Now I'm going to make a template that says struct basic window. And what this is this is just like yeah, just like a struct, and this thing would have default window in it. It would take the constant string name, window by default would just take std. I think just to make owned of t and the name, and that should basically be it. Let's see if that works. So I should then be able to do here in my little code, instead of putting this here, I can do something like a basic window that would take the editor. I can still call it generic editor. But in this case, I do need to pass. I'm going to pass the information. To, like, I can't just construct it from nothing. So I might need the option to do something like template type name args. And this would also have std forward args. So so that means that when I'm creating this in my little editor, I should be able to do, let's call it controls, and it's going to take the plugin. That's the thing that's being forwarded. And other than that, I shouldn't need to do anything in here, right? Other than it existing. Let's see if that works. It is that I'm going to have this little generic editor in a separate window completely. Oh, duplicate. Okay, that makes sense. That's because I need these. In a CVP file. So let's start with that. This one I probably just needed the implementation. Okay. Whoop, there's a warning. What's the warning? Static. No problem. Okay, do I have the other window? Oh, I might also need to tell that window set visible true. Okay, and I got another window. There it is. So now I can do my controls, sound controls, right, without kind of without it getting into my game window. So they're completely separate, because those are they might be in the game somewhere, but they might not be a part of the UI. So this is useful. Is this going to remember that I need those in the same monitor? No. I wonder why. How does it know which one to? If I open the multiple desktops things, is Mac going to know that? For example, can I tell it here be in this desktop as well? Yeah, now I'm also going to see it in the other window. Well, you get what you get. It's probably a way to make sure that it works. But okay, so this is not bad, even though this should probably be document window, so it will resolve statically. By the way, I don't know if you notice, but there's a little delay here. I wonder why do I have this delay at the beginning where it doesn't update correctly. It's almost like the first few notes barely did anything. Let's see why. It's probably because I still need to repaint. So currently I was already repainting when I was shifting the thing, but now because I have basically a separate sequence, I need to make sure that it also gets repainted all the time. So yeah, so I need this events timer here in here as well. To trigger repaints. There you go. This is better. I think it's not bad. I think it's not bad. Okay, so let's added window abstraction and moved all generic controls out of the main UI. So Lyra says, that's cool. Now make it play Rush E. Rush E is that Russian song, right? We should be able to do that. Hang on a second. This is going to be fun. Okay. So let's see if I can Rush E MIDI file. There has to be a MIDI file of that, right? Okay, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be unbelievable. Let's see if I can find the download for this. I could find a download for this. Okay. Yes, I think we're gonna get it. Okay. Give me a second. I'm getting the files. Try not to show too many sketchy websites here. But I did get a MIDI file of something. Okay, so let's look at this place. So I'm loading bwv.mid. And instead, let's add this file. Are we ready for this? Are we ready for what's about to happen? I have no idea what's going to happen right now. Okay, I think it froze my my MIDI parser. Let's see why. Okay, I have some bug here. Let's see. It's possible that my code has a problem parsing such a large file. So let's see exactly what happens when it tries to parse that. Plain notes reserve 100. This would probably be way more than that. But okay, so I did get a sequence. Is it eventually getting full sequence? Yes, it does have a full sequence. Okay. So here's the sequence. It's got 320, blah, blah, blah. Position, notes. Here's a bunch of notes. I mean, these looks just like regular notes. This looks like it parsed them fine. There's a bunch of sequences there. Maybe this could cause a problem. What is the actual problem here? Okay, this is going to be a fun bug to solve. Why can't I get Rush E to work? Just for fun, I am going to just read the first track of Rush E before we read the full thing. So track. Okay, so let's make it parse one track. Why did that not work? Let's see exactly where it freezes there. Okay, so it's got 12 parts in it. It should be okay. Like, why would I have a problem having 12 parts? Maybe we just discovered some problem with my algorithm is way too slow. When you have a million parts, that's possible, for sure. We've tried things that are way smaller until now, but everything looks pretty correct. Yeah, The question is, can you explain how you debug while you do it? Yeah. So now I'm not even sure what happens. So so let's talk about what I know and what I don't know. What I know is that when we're trying to load this, it looks like first of all, I get all these things like as if like the processing is taking too long, like it takes too much CPU or something. But another problem I'm seeing is that the graphics are not showing anything. So I want to see what could be causing the graphics to not show. So what I'll try to do, I am going to start by I'm just going to do nothing in the sequencer process, so that I would kind of first check that the graphics of the sequence are showing. Yeah, something like looks like I have some like a crazy performance issue. Maybe because I have so many nodes or so many sequences, something is barely moving. Let's now go here, and instead of doing the multi-sequence on the editor, let's just put one, so that I would not I guess overwhelm the system. Okay, so let's go here. Since I'm scrolling sequences, let's make a scrolling sequence and just take sequences 0 dereference. So just one. Why do I see nothing in here? Let's see what am I getting in the UI. So the UI of this gets constructed. Oh, you know what? Let's not put a scrolling sequence. Let's put a regular sequence, a sequence display. So the question is, I see you're developing a game on iOS. Will it also run on Windows at all? Most games don't even run on iOS. Yes, this game right now would compile on iOS, Mac, Windows, Linux, etc. At least with this stack that I'm using right now. I'm also hoping it will actually run on consoles and stuff like that. But I've not actually tested that it runs on those consoles. But I'm hoping we can get it to run on those. But yes, it will definitely be on Windows, and Mac and other desktop things. We have to talk more about what the game is going to be. But I really hope that this should not be a limitation. The question is, could also be some notes playing at the same time in the MIDI file. Rush is pretty crazy. Yes, we probably are going to be discussing exactly that. And now that we're seeing the sequence and how big it is, we are going to get more explanations on what this happens. So the question is, how do you compile for both? So the way to do this is I would actually need to compile on another computer. So the code is structured now to be cross-platform. So generally speaking, it would compile, but I would need to go to my Windows machine. There's a Windows computer that I have right there, and I would need to build in that for Windows. And it's the same for Linux. For Linux, it's a little easier because you can run a virtual machine using something like Docker, so I can use that. But that is the general idea. But you can also get a virtual machine, like a Windows virtual machine, but it's a little problematic, and we can talk about why. But it's not very easy to compile on an ARM Mac to Windows with a virtual machine. There's all these limitations on the tool chain. But yeah, so first of all, what I can see is that Rush E is just, first of all, just a sheer amount of notes, right? It's kind of large. But it does seem to work. Like, it does have that sequence. It's possible my synth cannot handle that many voices, but we can figure that out. We can make it work. So this looks okay. Let's see if we can start to play it. God, I hate that. Hate that. I get goosebumps whenever someone says Docker. No, man, Docker is awesome. I love Docker. Docker is great. So many great things you can do when developing servers and stuff that are just so difficult to do without Docker. I like Docker, but again, this is nothing that is that important for us right now. It's just like a way where, for example, when I have in the future, if I want to develop it to some Linux system like the PlayStation, it's possible that I'll be able to do that using Docker, like with the exact specs of Linux that they have or something like that. For Windows, I would have to go and compile on the Windows machine. I have a Windows 11 computer, regular one, where you can run the process through. Okay, so we need to find out what's going on here. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to start Rush E and see how bad I did things to fit in with such a large sequence. So it does look like I can display at least one of the sequences. Let's go back and change it to a scrolling sequence. And let's also play that. So what I'll do is I'll hack, just for the sake of debugging here, I'm going to hack the sequencer again so that it just loads the first track. I'm kind of ignoring the other ones for now. And what I'll do is I want to let it play, but I also want to not play the synth. It's possible that the synth is actually is actually the problem here. So I'm just not going to play the synth. Just ignore all that stuff. Yeah, let's see what happens. Ooh. Oops. Oh, does that mean that sequence was never created? Let's go back to the sequencer. I was parsing it. Track 0. So did that track actually happen, or maybe the first one was an empty track? Oh yeah, first one was an empty track. So let's bring what it was. Then at the end, I'll just do sequences. Resize 1, so that just to ensure there's only one track, even though there's a lot. Okay, so this is playing in theory. Maybe on this track there's too long until we can actually see something. Let's see when is this when is the first sequence being played here? First note. So first notes. First note is time. Okay, 32. So that might be a while. Let's see which part plays first. Let's find some part here that just starts at the beginning of the song. First note is note time. Okay, start 0. So let's start with the second one. Let's do something like resize 2 and then sequences pop front. What sequence? Do I not have pop front? Okay. Remove at 0. There's one song. This is a part that has one note in the beginning, but then am I doing the scrolling sequence or the full sequence? What am I showing? Scrolling sequence, right? Let's see if you can see the full sequence instead. Okay, so this is the full sequence. Okay, so there's one note here, but then there's a long time until we actually see notes later. Am I still playing things here in the player, or am I still skipping it? Oh, I'm still skipping it. Okay, let's can we let's see if we can play this. What note is supposed to be? It's probably just bass notes, something, right? Those parts are so funny. Maybe they're just like okay, yeah. So I don't know if you heard that, but we did play a lot of super low notes, probably. So let's see if we can find some. Let's just see if we can find some other track until we find the track that actually has more useful stuff in it. So maybe I would just sanitize this for a little bit. I'm just going to open it in Cubase. And we can, because there's probably some bugs here. So before we can play the whole thing, we'll need to fix some of our bugs. Some of them are probably performance bugs too. My synth was definitely is not optimized for all these voices, so we might need to do some work for this to work. So Rush E. Oh, you can't see, but I just loaded it here. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's going through the other sound interface. Let's switch to this. Okay. It didn't load with an instrument, right? I need to put some sounds on it. Let's put on some. Do I have some piano here or something? Let's do maybe Ivory. Why do I have no sound? Do I have some inactive inputs or outputs here? No, what's going on here? Can I play notes? No. Okay, so Cubase is giving me no sound. And that's because, let's see why. That's weird. I have that. I have my connection set up. No, QBs on Apple is not blasphemy. QBs on Apple should work actually really well. But I have a weird setup right now because notes are going through, and something about my Zoom setup or whatever is making that go crazy. Let's see why. Goes to stereo out, right? That looks pretty good. The instrument is not playing. Oh, maybe. Oh, because I don't have a piano loaded. Because I'm stupid. Okay, it does work. I just didn't have a piano loaded in my VST. I had to click that. Okay. Okay, so this is the Rush E stuff. Someone who has Cubase Elements. Cubase Pro looks so much fuller. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so the first part, this was the first part that we tried to play. I might need to open a bunch of like instrument tracks for all of those. Right, starts slow, but like takes a long time to actually plays. Right, this is what we're expecting. So it's just these two tracks, at least in the beginning. We should be able to play that. That piano error wouldn't happen in Logic. Actually, it would happen in Logic. The problem is with the way this VST is designed. Ivory, it's not, because it's not an internal one. For whatever reason, that plugin, when you Ivory, by the way, my favorite piano plugin. It's amazing. Oh, you're not hearing this? You're not hearing this because, oh, maybe because it's just super soft. Like if I do this, does it come out better? Do you get some piano? Beautiful piano sounds? All right. So anyway, the bug that I had was because by default, this plugin, Ivory, when you load like a new one, like when you make a new instance, it says none. So I just forgot to click German piano or something. Like if the only thing they need to change is the default preset. So whatever, for whatever reason, their default preset is no sounds. Yes, it sounds great. I just don't know why they use that default sound. Anyway, but so that would have happened in any DAW basically. I just forgot to look at the window. Anyway, back to, we want to make Rush E work on our little thing, right? And I think we should be able to do that. Even this first one, it's going to take a little while until it plays, but we should be able to hear it. Okay, so let's go back to our thing and see if we can make it work. So I don't need Cubase anymore, and we're going to find out what my bug is that was completely killing this. So there's definitely some, very, very, very possible there's some performance issues here as well. Because now there's something that I'm doing that it's possible that we have actually uncovered a big performance problem that I've had in my sequencer that I was hoping I can get away. But get away from like at first. So here's what I'm doing really is that I'm going through all the notes of the sequencer for every sample. So that's not very efficient. So it's very possible that what I just did, because the sequencers are so large, I just blocked the audio thread and it wouldn't work. So we should probably take this opportunity to make this work normally. Yeah. Okay, so maybe this would be a good chance to optimize this and make this work. So let's start with, because the editor I think is fine. right? Let's try something. Let's try make the editor do. Where am I storing the position? Yeah, so I'm going to. Yeah, so I'm gonna really simplify this so that it actually does almost nothing. Just so that we can figure out the bug that I have. So let's go here. I do want to switch back to my editor will show scrolling sequences. I do want to see all the sequences, not just 0. And I should be able to just load all of them now. I'll remove all these little optimizations I did. Yeah, I think this would be okay. And I just want to see if I see the scrolling happening on the entire sequences. Okay, so here are the little sparse notes, right? Remember the doom 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 doom. This should be coming much faster now. Right there they are, and here are lots of other notes. So this is basically what Rush E would look like. This is still pretty slow, but we're gonna make it fast, so don't worry about it. The slowness is pretty intentional. But now we know that we can load Rush E at least on the surface. Bunch of other notes here. Okay, but this is a good start. Also, let's do this again. I'm just gonna make one little change here, which is I'm gonna do transport BPM equals like 200 or something. Just it's gonna run faster. So still very choppy, by the way, but we would make this unchoppy. Here you go. This is a better way to go through Rush E, I guess. Rush E is the boss level. Final boss. Rush E is new game plus. And the question is, what compiler are you using? So usually I'm using Clang LVM. Right now I'm using it's using the Apple Clang. If you're building on Apple, that's really the only one compiler you can really use. So it's the one that comes with Xcode, even though I'm not using the Xcode editor. That's what's being used for compiling. I'm trying to use Clang whenever I can. So I'm using Clang on Windows, Clang on Linux. Sometimes I'll use GCC on Linux. But that's my preference usually. Okay, so we found out now that we need to fix our performance issues, and there's no way for us to get away from fixing the performance issues anymore. So I'm going to take a break, like 5 minutes, come back, and we're gonna battle those performance issues until we get Rush E to play. Rush E hopefully would be played on the sequencer by the end of the stream. So back soon. All right, I'm back. So what we found out during the previous or the earlier part of the stream is that my little sequencer displayer thingy works well, but it works well when I had like a simple sequence there. But when we put Rush E there, our performance just tanked. It was not good enough, and I knew this was going to happen. So this is a good time to rethink what I'm doing there, because what I was doing there was basically that every single sample I was testing all the notes and saying, well, should you be played right now? If not, at note off. If you are, at note on. Basically, there's some little bit more stateful handling there. The good thing about that, the way I did this, is that it's very, very deterministic. Like I can jump time to different places in the sequence and everything works. Like it works with loops. It works with like unpredictable jumps, but it is very, very, very inefficient. And we need to think of better ways to do this. Like basically, this is all this stuff is all happening per sample, and gets very, very, very complex. So let's find if we can simplify this. So one way to simplify this is we can kind of assume we're always going forward in the sequence. We can sort the events and always like have the index or something of the next bit, the next note, and we can just check that note until it's time to do that note, something like that. We can have some logic around that. Another option I could think about, first of all, I can do a lot of these stuff per buffer. I can, like, for example, I can start at the beginning of the buffer and already just at the beginning just filter everything that is going to be played in this buffer and only test those. So that would already make most of the sample operations meaningless. Maybe I will start with that, right? So instead of doing this, like I will still do per sample operations for now, but I will do it with a very small amount of notes. So here's how I can do this. What I'm going to do is I am going to create something here in the player. It's going to be just like I have this thing called playing notes. I can have something like let's call it something like possible notes. There's a 1,000 there, although I don't think we can actually get to this number. And then at the beginning of the buffer, what I'm going to do is, this is not going to be super efficient, but it's better, I think. And when I'm playing now, am I playing a specific sequence? No, so I can do this for all the sequences together, right? Yeah, I think so. Now because they're pointers, like I think it's okay. So I can do something like for sequences, and then let's remove this bit. This is kind of different. This happens if yeah, so I'm going to start first of all with possible notes clear, because this is just for this buffer. And then O2 notes sec.notes if note. This is still quite inefficient, but it's going to be way less inefficient than the previous one. So if note time so I'm going to need to have the range of the entire buffer. So full range is transport positions 0.start, get start. Maybe I'll have the transport just provide that, something like range, using JUCE range. Can I do that? No. Oh, this I can actually do using range equals JUCE range couple. That'll be nice. So get range, and that would return UI transport code. That can be tricky. Hell yeah, this can be tricky. And it's but this is what we're doing. We're doing something that has sequencing, which has to do a lot of interaction with the transport. So this is going to return something like positions 0.start, get start, and positions.back, get start, get end. So this will be the range of this whole transport object. And I'm kind of nice with abstraction to avoid having to deal with optionals all the time. Yes, it does all the optional stuff. I've talked about this exact thing in one of the previous streams. I've been building that live on the stream. But yeah, so it stops all the optional stuff, but also it stores all the actual musical time positions in a vector of range, so that we don't have to calculate anymore. And when we pass it down to future sequences, they can all just rely on everything provided here, which is useful when you have multiple sequencers running with the same clock. Get range, okay, and then so this first thing I'm going to do is here in the possible notes, full range would just be transport get range. And what I'm going to do is, before I'm going to start the buffer, I'm going to check if the note time intersects full range. Then possible notes, add note. So this way, this is still again very inefficient, because these sequences might have thousands of notes in them. And I'm still at the beginning of each buffer going through thousands of notes, but I'm still not going through thousands of notes every sample. So it's better. Even though we'll talk about later on ways to make this way lighter than it is now. So now that I have these possible notes, I don't need to go through all the sequences, all the notes, blah, blah. I can just go through notes, possible notes. And then, yeah, then I can just do it at the end, because after I finish this, I can go through all these sequences and just do this would be full range. Yeah, because so I can just do that for now. It's not amazing, but hopefully this would lead to much better complexity. Because one thing is that every sample I am only going through the notes that are played and the notes that could be played in this buffer. And hopefully this should lead to way dramatically less operations per sample. Like it means that let's say I would have 3,000 operations per buffer, but per sample I might have like 3, because a buffer is very short. It's very possible that it will just be a loop over 3 things. So these loops, even though they're per sample, I'll have very few operations here. And we can optimize this even better, but we'll get to that. and everything that's playing, we have stored already, and this again would have like 3 things in it. So that's already better. Let's see, how does this do? Right. Here you go. Rush E at its greatest. My UI is pretty choppy, but the sound seems to work. Woo! Okay, but I think I should be getting the other parts by now, right? Did I do something to filter just one of the parts? I forgot. I might did something for the testing where I'm only parsing the first one. Oh yeah, let's now take all the parts and see what happens. What do you think? Can our engine take it? The UI might not be able to take it, but hopefully the sound will be able to take it. Okay, the sound takes it. The UI is way too slow. Switch to another. Okay, this UI is super slow. Okay, so we have to fix the UI to make this smooth. But I think this is a good thing. Okay, so let's start with this. With this commit, edit and optimization to run dramatically less operations per sample on the sequencer. So that's first, and but let's also do it on the UI so the UI can handle this craziness. So the UI, there's a few things here. The main thing I would imagine that happened is because of this repaint, that we're constantly repainting this whole thing that could have quite a lot of rectangles. So we need probably some proper caching in here. Let me think. Let me remove this repaint optimization and yeah, the one thing would be, let's think about this for a second. The one thing would be, I love awesome. All right, we're not there yet. We're not there yet, but we are getting there. I want this to play smoothly, the whole thing. That's my goal for a bit from now. So, let's see how many optimizations can we do quickly to get this to work. One would be yeah, because for one of the things I can do, because I'm going to assume, let's make something like struct display info. This would hold a note and it's going to have this like rectangle thingy because I know this is not going to change, so I can initialize this. It would just be the rectangle float rect, because this is another calculation that I won't need to do mostly. And then yeah, so I can do I need to initialize it with the, I need the sequencer here, right? Or just this time. So I just need this note to use, and I need the double sec time. And I'm going to assume for now this isn't changing in real time. So this just sets at the beginning. So note to use. And I should be able to do all of these calculations right in there. Oops, I meant here. Sec time, note. Oh, I also, so I need the full sequence. So let's bring the full sequence in. Const sequencer sequence sec dot time, and then yeah, because I do need the note range, so this should be given to me by the sequence, and then rect equals. Can I do this? X Y W H. Is it going to work? Hopefully. Okay. So I'm doing all these calculations up front, so that's good. Vector of note info. Oh, forgot about that. I have to store this as a pointer. Because this otherwise won't be able to be copied. So let's call it notes. So you should check out Everhood 2 for ideas games, the most interesting rhythm game I've played in years. Everhood, so that's not Neverhood. It's a different game. Everhood game. Oh wow, so there's a game called Everhood, which is not Neverhood. That's awesome. So Everhood will tell divine moments of truth. That is interesting. Let's see if I can find a gameplay video of this. So Everhood 2.
A light being who can traverse dimensions. Thus, you venture to the start of an alien civilization, freeing them from their chains and defeating their oppressors, including anthropomorphic sharks and tigers. Thus, you discover the slimes and their bloodthirsty tendencies, but not before partaking in an uprising in the Veggie Kingdom, which leads into a tournament all is fashion. Everhood 2 won't answer that question for you, but like the first game, it will push the limits of your endurance. The rhythm-based gameplay returns, and you're not constrained to simply avoiding different colored notes, depicting attacks, for an extended portion of the game. Instead, you can absorb these notes. Absorbing multiple of the same color results in stronger hits. If you absorb a different color or get hit, the counter receives other benefits. With so much the downside single playthrough with numerous tries depending on the boss took less than 11 hours. However, between an arena with additional challenges, weekly challenges, and the option to rematch against any boss for high scores, there is a lot.
This looks awesome. I'm definitely going to play this one. know about the first one, but the second one is definitely worth a look. Yeah. The gameplay is like Temple Run, Guitar Hero. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. So I'm going to run into this and start to investigate very soon. Okay, let's see. So I started to make this object that kind of caches a lot of the information. So that the idea is when I notes, notes. Create note. And then now I don't need to do all this, and I just need to scale the rectangle. But what I could do at this particular place is I can actually so this should be just my notes, and it should be notes.rect. Because I do need to scale it to the screen, but I don't need to always scale. No, I can do this. Let's do. I can use resize here, and when I do that, I can do the same thing. I'm gonna just scale that so I can scale direct. Scale 2. Target. Okay, so I'm going to scale this to the size of this component, which should only happen once. So I only need to do this here. Notes, scale rect to get local bounds to float. No, scale 2. That's it. And this should scale them to whatever size this component is, but this is not going to change often. So now, whenever I'm going through the notes, I can just check if notes scale direct, how this intersects. Right, I think it intersects really good. So with get local with these bounds. So only if it's actually in the shown bounds. Oh, but that's actually not true. How do I know in this situation if because my component bounds here are really large, but I need to see, because I need to know does my G knows that, like show or shown bounds or something? Because what happens here, I have a viewport. This port actually knows about the bounds, and I need somewhere to optimize for the viewing range. How can I do that? Let's see if there's something in the viewport documentation that gives a hint. Maybe it's something I could get in the context of this graphics thing. Like, does it give me something about what is actually shown, like clipped bounds or something? I think that can work. Get clip bounds. Right, so instead of taking my bounds here, I can see if it gets G get clip bounds to float. So that's the idea that I was hoping for. Note dot note. Let's see if this is going to be better. Store the note. Oh, I think this is because if I don't do this, it will not have a copy constructor or a move constructor or something. What else? What does it need to be? What else did I get wrong? Expanded from, station from. So I'm creating this with the note. Okay. Let's see the other parts. My synth can handle these low notes. What do you think? Let's run this again. This was way too intense. I don't know if this is I also but let's change the tempo again so that's the better tempo. So I think I put it some where did I change the tempo to something else? Sample this ASAP. I think this is pretty fucking good. Sorry for the curse words here. This is a Star Trek eargasm. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Hang on a second. I want to see what did I do something with the tempo at the end or yeah. Maybe, oh yeah, here it is. Let's make this the tempo be 120 or whatever that's supposed to be. I should just zoom so that maybe the first bit looks bigger. So, look at this meaty arch, so beautiful. All right. Come on, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. Okay, I love this. This is a push in the right direction. This is so good. Okay, let me commit this. Added caching and graphical optimization to run large sequences like Rush E. Huh, that is good. You made my day. This is epic. Yes. All right. That's pretty good. We probably need to start doing like velocity stuff. Like currently, it's just because my stupid synth doesn't handle velocity, doesn't work as well. Yeah, this is pretty good stuff. What do you think of how this is going to look like? For example, let's just for the sake of it, let me go back to the little thing that I had before, where I'm just gonna see the first one on screen. So just put a scrolling sequence with the player sequences 0. So the first one, just so that will make a bit more sense, and then I'm going to do two things. One, I'm going to show something different for velocity, so that we can see the velocity, because we do know what it is. So I can let's do something like have get node color. Let's do something like get note alpha. So this would return a JUCE map note velocity. But I don't know. Because if it will be 0, it will be too dark. So let's do something like that. So then the color. Let's make it so that playing still has the same thing, but if it's not, it will just return this with alpha. Okay, so we're gonna see it, but let's also make us play that velocity in the synth. So in the synth, so for that, I will need something like. Did I make this already? Actually, I might not even need smooth gain here. I can just use regular gain. So let's start with that float gain. And then when we start the process, here we should already know what the velocity is. Gain equals, not process, sorry, node started. So note on velocity, is it 0 to 1 as unsigned float, 20, 0 to 1. Yes, okay. So this is going to be my gain. Probably need some scaling. We can start with that. Gain dot. In the process, we can do apply gain, probably before the ADSR. Okay, so this will give us both velocity on the sound aspect and velocity on the playback aspect. So I'm going to still play all the sequences, but I'm just showing the first one. At least I should be showing the first one. Oh, maybe that's just not the first sequence. Maybe that's the second sequence or something. Let's do the second sequence. Was that the one with the lots of interaction on it? Velocity there, or is my code just screwed up? Both are options. Let's look at it in Cubase and see how the MIDI actually looks here. Oh, okay. So there's barely any velocities in here anyway. So it's all 1/27ths. It's the beginning. So there was just no. Let's see the other one. Okay. So it's almost all 1/27ths basically. So whatever velocity code I did, maybe would matter for this part in the end, but shouldn't matter for this little bit. Okay, but what, just so that I can optimize this a little bit, I can see that basically there's two sequences that play all the time, and then there's others. All the crazy other parts are extra. So maybe the third one is important, but let's start with just the first two. So let's bring back the full thing. And instead of doing all of them, just do 4. Yeah, just to make sure that we can see something that makes more sense. What's going on here? Oh, that is not what I need to do. Totally not. I need to do this at this level. Okay. If anyone asked me if I know that Dockers are lies, what do you mean Dockers are lies? Lies in what way? What have who's lied to you and why? What is the lie? What does it mean, this lies? What's lies? Who lies to who? What is the lie? Does Docker not exist? there's actually something. So this is hilarious. So we're actually reaching the limit of my voices in my synth. I can try adding voices, but it's possible that no matter how many voices I'm gonna add, we're gonna hit the limit. But I can start because I think my synth is starting to just steal voices. So let's put. I mean, I can. Yeah, so I think just add 8 voices. So let's make it like initialize with like 64 voices, but it's possible my CPU wise I would need to optimize this synth to work with that many voices. But at least now we'll get more of these original voices, especially when all the huge chords are starting. These other parts. Parts, but they probably just there's always like chunks of voices that just takes the entire synth away. Like I might use like 300 voices. So I would need to I can put some crazy amount of voices in here, but this was pretty much like I can 256 voices, but that would probably expose the CPU limits of how I did this, because my synth is now actually calculating the oscillator for each synth when it plays. Let's now bring the tempo back up just for fun. So it's possible that this would still. So other part was cooler until now, when the bleeps and bloops started happening. Yeah, I think that I think like it's possible that now when we reach the crazy polyphony of all the voices, then we're gonna my system won't take it, especially in debug builds. But I would just need to fix my synth to work with a wavetable, and then I should be able to run 250 whatever voices. Here we go. Now. So it says, like, will you be able to recreate it later? Yeah. So what happens now? Like my performance problem now is that I mean, it's not that bad. Like as you can see, I just increases to 256 voices and it worked. We can probably put it in a DAW and see what that actually might be fun. Let's see how bad does the CPU meter look like. So what did here? Added some changes for the Rush E tests. Because I'm building this as a plugin, we can run this in a DAW and we can get some idea of what the CPU is. But I think what because I'm calculating like the sine wave or the square wave for every single voice, this would get expensive with something like Rush E. But I probably should have optimized this anyway, even if we're not playing Rush E. So it's more like I put in the basic version in place for the test. But I would need to write a proper oscillator. Maybe this will be what I do next. Like just put a wavetable in there. Anyway, let's try loading the same thing as a plugin. Yes, I have my Rhythm Game plugin. It is a thing. Here it is. Oh wait, it's not listening to my playback. That's not what I should be doing. Oh, because I'm... let's... Did I not take the BPM from the host? If I do this, let me think. I think I'm doing this correctly, right? Did I remove the part where it's yeah, if it's not playing, it should not be moving the position. That's interesting. If you can recreate this reaction we are getting in game, will be a great moment, I think. Oh. Yes, absolutely. We definitely need to find a way for the game to get to this level of absurdity. Let's see if we can do this. So did I build this? Is everything built? Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. Why is it not? Why did it not do what I asked it for? Instrument, rhythm game. Yeah, it doesn't. That's weird. No, it should take the playhead. I need to debug something here. Maybe I'm always getting standalone application true here. Let's see why. Go attach to applications, Cubase, macOS. So I'm going to attach my debugger to Cubase and see that I've given it the correct thing. Ooh, oh, this is Cubase throwing me out. Shit, probably because there's some probably because of some other plugin that was running, like Ivory or some plugin that might kick me out of Cubase. Is that what it is? Because of some plugin trying to run its iLock or whatever. Okay, let's do this and Ableton Live. Okay, yes. It thinks it is standalone, so that's not good. So maybe that's not the right thing to check here. That's strange if it's not this one. Oh, maybe I need to do if defined. No, so that thing is just not good. I need a better test. I need a better test for am I still or not. So if see how I checked it in some other code bases. Oh, okay, there's something better to do than this. So okay, so it looks like there's a better check. Let's keep this check, but change it internally to this. Okay, that's better. We are living in a simulation. Where I'm playing Everhood, there's a song that sounds like Rushy. I wonder if there's a song that sounds like me programming Rushy. That would prove that we're living in a simulation. Okay. So back at it. Okay. I like this. What does this do? Oh, so they're saying something actually pretty correct. What they're saying is, unless we want to export, unless we want to report that we're giving away these MIDI events. Yeah, let's do true here. That'll be better. So what this assert said is that I was also outputting the MIDI events I was given to my synth. I was exporting them to the DAW. And JUCE was complaining because I was not allowed to do that, even though I was still sending it out. So it's better that I fixed it. Close but no cigar. Guess not in simulation. Damn, I want to reload a previous save so fast. Okay. So, Alex. Sorry, Alamir. Rhythm game. Okay, good. That works. Now you can see that I can stop and start playing. I don't hear a sound, but it's probably because output. Getting any sound, but it's probably just me not getting a sound from live, right? Let's put analog here. Yeah, live is not sounding. Why is that? I've had that problem before and I forgot why. Probably something to do with my streaming setup, maybe. Not getting any sound yet. How did I fix that? I hate my setup is falling apart for no reason. See if Reaper something's going to work. Okay, this works. This will also respond to temporal changes if you do that now. Reaper. There you go. What just happened? That's it? My synth stopped playing? Wonder why. Okay, so it's Reaper stopped me because some of the noise is too loud. Do some ear protection. Alright, that's pretty good. I need to it's not sure I couldn't get the audio in okay, so fixed issues with the VST3 version. Okay. Whew. I think I've made some good progress today. It's streamed for 4.5 hours. And it's only 10:30 a.m. here. That was a fun stream. Right. So I might finish for now. Maybe I'll come back soon. After I get a bit more energy happening. Maybe I get some food. I'm undecided about what I need to do, but I think this is not bad. Probably the next step would be to start. First of all, I want to try vertical as well as horizontal. I think that might be an interesting way to look at the same problem. And I think I want to start doing like some gaming elements. So maybe I could start by like, rhythm detection from the keyboard or mouse. See if we can, probably not with Rush E. Rush E would be madness, but maybe with something simpler, we can start with something a bit more streamlined, and maybe we can get some game happening. Thank you so much, Lior. Really appreciate you sticking around, and I hope this was educational and also fun with the madness we got to at the end. I'm hopeful that my engine could take at least some views from Rush E. So Jupiter. I think we also need probably a little sampler here so that I can have drums. So maybe I'll do something where even if I load rush E, then maybe I'll have like just a basic rhythm track going in the back so that we can have like a kick, snare, or something more fundamental that we can jam to. That might be a good next step also, because otherwise it's difficult to just get the pure rhythm from just notes without like a proper click, something clicky or percussive. All right, have a good day, everyone. I might come back later.